Beginning my Kenshi adventure, like any glutton for punishment, I decided to dive headfirst into chaos and chose the slave start. And after some time in the lab adjusting some sliders, Burn was born. He is a survivor, a fighter, and is probably about to regret every decision. After waking up, Burn and his newfound companion Hex tried to get to the cages, but the guards immediately tried to stop them. Not able to make it to his cell in time, Burn was beat and then carried away to a cell far away from where Hex was. And then begins picking the locks on his cell and training his lockpicking. Noticing that no guards are around watching him, Burn takes the opportunity to start training his stealth. Burn continues to do this for some time, as it's better than slaving away for the man. After training for several hours, Burn finally realized that he was wearing shackles and decided to take them off. Then the training continued. Fortunately for Burn, he forgot to put his shackles back on. He was of course noticed immediately. Burn a one-way trip back to his cell. Jumping over to Hex, she's maintaining her cover, trying to scout the area. Ending day 1, Burn found himself hunched over in a cell unconscious. Maybe day 2 will be better. Hex, on the other hand, while still awake, uses her night to try to lockpick. We all gotta start somewhere, right? Finally free, Hex takes this opportunity to look around. However, it's not long before she has to jump right back into her cell because she's seen. Like Hex, Burn continues to struggle with lockpicking, trying to get out of his cell. After finally unlocking his cage, Burn decides to sneak down the stairs and liberate the guards of some of their possessions. She's going to use the day scouting the area, trying to find ways of escape. Realizing that no guards are around, Hex is going to use this opportunity to train up her stealth. Unlike Burn, Hex put her shackles back on so she can continue to blend in. Seeing as that there's no guards watching, Burn takes the opportunity to try to get access to one of the nodes outside of the gate, see if he can blend in from there. Stupidly, Burn tries to make an escape right in front of the guard, and of course, is caught immediately. Hex continues to explore and scout out the pits until the guards just decide she's had enough free reign for one day. With both Burn and Hex knocked out, I just had to wait and recover for a while. Having enough of this abuse, Burn just decides to make a run for the gate. As expected, doesn't go very well. Now with the lump, escapes can be very challenging for Burn. Free from her cage, Hex decides to start unlocking everyone's cage. Perhaps we can start a jailbreak and maybe they can provide some cover for escape. character of the story. After freeing everybody, Hex makes her way towards the exit with the new freed inmates at her back. Planks is trying to keep up with Hex while at the same time doing the best she can to keep the guards away from Hex so that she can escape. However, the guards prove too much for the both of them. Hex is then sent back to jail. Burns continues to look around the yard until his intrusive thoughts get the better of him and he attempts to sneak into a guard shack. Seeing as Burns wasn't immediately caught, he tries to take it a little bit farther and go upstairs. However, he's caught immediately. Days with no progress, just abuse. Burns is going to need to think of a better solution to get out of here. To start day 3, both Burn and Hex try working through their lockpicks. After freeing herself, Hex failed to notice the guard that was sitting right upstairs and is immediately chased outside. Hex notices that Burns is nearby and tries to meet up with them. However, the guard takes this opportunity to start abusing the both of them. Burns desperately tries to figure out how to work a splint, but fortunately he's just not smart enough yet. Jumping back over to Hex, she continues to try to scout the area as the only one with a functioning leg, so it's up to her. While out exploring, the guards catch wind of Hex's antics and then go out and capture her, just to bring her back into the pits. It's at this point Burns takes the opportunity to sneak outside himself. However, it isn't long before the guards notice Burns and then just immediately bring him back inside. Still feeling the pain from the last few beatings, Hex just tries to make it through her day without suffering anymore. After Burns' multiple escape attempts, he found himself tied up to a post. But no post can hold Burns. Outside of the gate, Hex tries to sneak away in front of the guards. However, it ends exactly as one would expect. After multiple bad attempts, Hex is just working on trying to get outside of this current building she's in. Just as Hex thought she made it to the safety of a cage, she was immediately brought back into the house and put back in her previous cage. Naturally, Hex takes his time to start lockpicking out of her cell. Hex is out of her cell once again. Let's see if luck's improved at all. Just as Hex makes it down the stairs, she's immediately caught and detained. Not today, I guess. Burns, finally awake, starts to lockpick his cell. With the cover of darkness, Burns begins to make his way outside. Burns moves in to help some of the other prisoners to see if anyone will join his side. Despite Burns' best effort, the other prisoners seem reluctant to join him. Day is fast approaching, so Burns needs to quickly find his way into his cell before the other guards catch wind of him. Remembering to put his shackles on this time, Burns decides to start working his way out of his cell. Maybe I shouldn't do this in broad daylight. Hex continues to scout, hoping to find an easier way out. Burns attempts to make his way downstairs just to get into his cell closer to the exit. Burns' plan fails, and he's captured and then taken to a different house, but an equally bad cage. Hex then runs into Burn on her way out and immediately sets him free. For now, both Burns and Hex are blending in. All their plans thus far has failed, and they need to think of something else. Wrapping up day 4, both Burn and Hex return to their spots. Another unsuccessful day of escape attempts. Escaping her cell, Hex meets up with Thumper, one of the people that she freed earlier. Together they go help the rest of the prisoners on the posts. After freeing everybody, Hex goes to put everyone into their cage. Hopefully together they can plan up a good escape together. The other prisoners, though, weren't as smart as Hex. Once their cage was unlocked, they decided to just stand outside the open, waiting to be caught by the guards. Hex thought she was smooth and was able to jump back into the cell, but missed getting in and got caught. Burns takes this opportunity to get away from the scene. Even though he wasn't involved, he does not want to get caught up in that mess. Burns finds himself drifting over to the gate once more, where he plans to wait out tonight, training his stealth. Once it's dark, he's going to make an escape. Hex is attempting to join up with Burns so that they can escape together. But Hex does not make it out of the house. Time has come. Burn has made his move. Just like that, Burn made his way out, but will he become a free man? Burn starts day 6 early, continuing ahead away from the pits. He's got freedom in sight. All he needs to do is find the nearest town for safety. Running out of food, all Burn can see is just open desert. Burn sights some bandits in the distance. He needs to remain hidden or he could become their next target. As Burn crests the hill, he begins to see a town in the distance. It's the first sign of civilization since he's been captured. All Burn needs to do is make it to town and he will finally be safe, finally able to really begin the journey. Byrne didn't know is that he was walking right into Blister Hill, the capital of the Holy Nation, who are in fact big slavers and the people who threw Byrne into the slave pits to begin with. Before he knew it, Byrne was already being sent right back to jail. At least now he doesn't have to work, but him and Hex are in two completely separate locations now. At this point, Hex is just looking for any opportunity to get out so she can go and find Byrne and help him. After seeing Byrne escape, Hex is going to try to employ the same tactic, but first she needs to train her stealth and wait for the perfect opportunity. Byrne is in a new town with an unfamiliar layout. All he knows is that he needs to get out. After getting out of the slave pits, Byrne's stealth is pretty high. Perhaps this won't be so bad. Amazed with how smooth and easy that was, Byrne begins to take a look around. Byrne should have known better. Why did he expect that this would be easy? All alone, Byrne begins to plan another attempt. Taking a look at Hex, it appears she's just wandering around the outside. But what does she have planned? We'll check back in later and see what she's up to, but for now we need to get Byrne out. At first glance, the coast appears clear. Is now Byrne's chance? Nope, he completely missed that guard that was hiding behind the wall, and now he's busted once again. Hex's luck doesn't appear to be much better. It appears she's recovering after a recent beating. That won't stop Hex from trying to escape, though. It looks like Planks was outside waiting for Hex to be ready. Perhaps they can make their getaway together. Just as the pair is trying to make their getaway, Hex is immediately spotted and detained. Planks, on the other hand, is beat up and left for dead. Once again, both Hex and Byrne are left unconscious in their cells. One day they'll get revenge on these slavers. Next day rolls around and Hex is out and about looking for her way out still. Still hoping to get out using the same method that Burn used to get out, Hex makes her way to the gate to try to prepare. Feeling confident, Hex removes her shackles and then makes her move. It appears one of Hex's companions managed to get out as well, with freedom in both of their sight. Unfortunately, though, they were too confident and didn't stealth past the second gate. Maybe Hex's companion can hold them off long enough for Hex to get away. Neither of them were any match for the guards, and they were both quickly captured and brought back. Burn, still considered an ex-slave, needs to get out of this cage ASAP, otherwise he's at risk of getting sent right back to the slavers. While the coast is mostly clear, Burn is going to try to sneak his way out, past the front guard into freedom. Burn immediately gets noticed by some guard who's on the far side of the prison, who then calls the rest of the guards to capture Burn. At least they'll feed and heal Burn. Waking up from her coma, Hex is surprised that she was left for dead, and with no guards around still, she's going to take her chance to escape, even if she has a limping leg. And just like that, Hex is on her way to save Burn. Or not. Both Burn and Hex are knocked out, waiting to recover. Somehow this feels familiar. Burn awake once more, he'll try for freedom again. Byrne waited patiently for night to come, and now that it's finally starting to get dark, it's time for him to make his move. Seeing food on the table, Byrne can't resist himself. It's the first real meal since he's been captured. After eating, Byrne begins to make his way down the stairs so he can start his escape attempt. Byrne is not as stealthy as he thought though, and the guards have their way with him once more. Hex has not given up on her escape plan either, yet she continues to help other prisoners even though she's been stuck herself. Hex and Byrne are both stuck though, waiting for a better opportunity to escape. As of now, guards are closely watching them both. Seeing an opportunity, Byrne makes his way out. Keeping to the shadows, he's hoping to sneak by the guards. However, once again, he's caught pretty quickly. Before he can be knocked out, though, he's able to make it back into his cell safely. With the guard standing right by him. Mistakenly, Byrne steps out of his cell without sneaking, which results in him immediately being captured and then just held outside. After being let go, the guards just immediately turn to attack Byrne. Not willing to let any night go to waste, Hex begins to make her escape attempt once more. Byrne doing the same, both with hopes of making it to freedom. But as the previous attempts went, this guard up front has absolute eagle eyes and cannot be snuck past. With the dawn of day 8 here, Hex, Planks, and one other companion make their way towards the gate so they can quote-unquote work. The first companion is immediately captured by the front guards and detained. After Hex's last escape attempt, the Holy Nation decided to station a guard under the ground here, making this route no longer a possibility. Despite the guards seeing them both, they both have gone out too far, so they can't go back without receiving some severe punishment from the guards. Unfortunately, though, neither of them were quick enough to make an escape. Day 8 continues. Both Burn and Hex are in rough shape. However, Plank decides to officially join the crew. Seeing as the guards are distracted, though, Hex takes this opportunity to get away, leaving Planks behind. The guards manage to catch up to Hex with Planks in hand and the other companion. Hex is soon to be next. Guards show no mercy to Planks or the other companion. After being left behind earlier, Planks is taking no chances and takes matters into her own hand to escape. Just as Planks thinks she's getting away, the guards see her and then she makes a run for it. No healing is complete without a few insults first. Both Hex and Planks are sent back to their cages. With everyone unconscious once again, there's nothing to do left but just sit back and wait to heal. Plank being the first one awake, she begins to lockpick her cage. Hex as well wakes up and begins to pick her cage. Till accidentally going downstairs and getting caught. But that won't stop Plank, she's back at it again. The series of escape attempts and getting captured continues for some time. However, this was the best attempt yet for Byrne. He was just trying to reach the clothing shop so he could change his appearance. At this point, Byrne basically has the whole town after him, and escape is looking pretty bleak. Maybe if Byrne is lucky, though, he can Scooby-Doo these guards and get away. With that last attempt, Byrne is moved to the top of the police station, bringing us into day 9 with once again everyone still captured. Off day 9, everyone remains captured. However, they are not deterred. They will continue to make attempts after attempt. 9 was a rough day for everybody as they continue to get captured. This happened again. And again. And he was captured again. However, Byrne realized that if he got into the cage quick enough, the guards would leave him alone. In the slave pits, Plank continues to lockpick her cage to try to escape. Byrne continues making poor life choices. I'm starting to feel like he's enjoying this treatment. The guard comes to let Hex out of her cage, that way she can start slaving away in the pits once more. The guard, however, does not give Hex any opportunities to make any moves as he continues following closely behind and braiding her. Despite having very close attention from the guard, Hex continues to explore around, trying to make the most out of today. This guard takes the opportunity to pull out as much sexism as he can, refusing to give Hex any opportunity or space to make any move whatsoever. Plank takes this time to help the other prisoners out of their cage. After freeing the other prisoner, Hex takes this opportunity to make a run for it. The other prisoner made a good distraction, at least. Maybe while the other guards are distracted, Plank can continue inching her way towards the gate. However, just as Plank gets out of the cage, the alarm is set and then she's immediately captured once again. With the guards finally leaving Hex alone, Hex makes her way towards the gate. As Hex continues working her way through the gate, the guards continue throwing racist insults at the other inmates. Taking the opportunity while the guard is distracted with another inmate, Hex makes her way towards the spot to hide. Unfortunately for Hex, though, the guard that was buried underground still remains ever vigilant. However, it appears that the other guards can't hear the one guard buried under his muffled screams with all that dirt over him. However, as all the previous attempts went, Hex got captured. After receiving medical attention, though, Hex gets left for dead, so she continues her escape plan. Hex continues making her way slowly away from the prison. With freedom in sight, Hex keeps on pushing. After all the abuse, though, Hex has two very weak legs, though, making escape very challenging. Hex has finally made it away from the prison. However, will she be able to make it to safety before collapsing? Unfortunately, though, just as Hex made it away from the slave camp, she collapsed due to the sheer exhaustion and pain from her legs. This won't deter Hex, though. She would rather die than return back to those slave camps. Despite Hex's determination, she's unsure if she'll be able to make the journey as she falls unconscious due to the hunger and pain. Waking up, though, she continues pushing forward as it's either that or death. Hex continues getting worse and worse as she repeatedly falls unconscious. Starving, struggling with 2 broken legs, Hex is just hoping to get captured to the next town so she can receive medical treatment and food. Just as Hex can finally see the town, she falls unconscious once again. With the front gates finally in sight, Hex pleads to be captured and fed. Hex is then swiftly carried over to the prison with Baron, where she's then treated and fed. Hex and Burn are finally together again after many days apart. However, will this prison prove to be worse? While all the guards are focused on Hex, Burn takes this opportunity to escape his cage. After escaping prison, Burn moves into hiding to wait until the heat dies down a little bit. Realizing Burn still looks too much like a prisoner, he needs to find a disguise ASAP. Before he knows it though, the guards have already caught wind of him. Burn, however, runs straight into a dead end and is immediately captured. Being the last one in prison, Plank makes her move. The guards notice Plank leaving and decide to give her one last beating before leaving her for dead. Plank plays dead and waits for a better opportunity to escape. However, this final guard decides to bring her back. Starting to get desperate, Burn robs this other prisoner for a change of clothes before getting captured again. The guards then beat Burn through the wall before bringing him back to his cell. We find Plank outside the prison once more, trying to make another escape attempt. Will she be our only hope? Realizing that there's a guard still buried in that one hill, Plank decides to go a different direction this time. Freedom in sight, Plank ditches her shackles and makes her way into the desert. Will she be able to help Burn and Hex? Plank's finally free from the slave pits, wanders out in the desert. However, not hearing from Burn or Hex in a while, she knows she needs a disguise. That way she can avoid the slavers. Planks doesn't immediately head towards the gate of the city. Familiar with the Holy Nation, she knows that they shaved her head. That way it'd be easier to identify her later should she escape. So Planks knows she needs to find some way to blend in. Luckily though, she sees an injured guard heading back to the city. Will this be her opportunity? After days of abuse in the pits, it was time for Planks to get her revenge. Planks has secured her disguise. Now can she blend in and sneak into this town? Equipped with a new set of armor and confidence, Planks moves into the town. Seeing a Holy Nation patrol approach her, Planks does her best to blend in. Finally, after many days of blood, sweat, and tears, Planks made it to Blister Hill. Now she needs to figure out what happened to Burn and Hex, and get some food. Seeing a recently killed river raptor, Planks tries to gather whatever she can and hopes to earn a little bit of money. Moving to the bar, perhaps she can sell the hide there and buy a meal. Realizing that Planks can't afford to buy any food, she opts to buy one of the copies of the Holy Flame, as it's a law that each citizen have one here in the city. Knowing that she still looks way too much like a slave, she knows this guard outfit won't last for long. She moves towards the clothes shop to find a better disguise. With no money, Planks is left with no option. She moves to the back of the building to start training her stealth up. Still starving, Planks moves to the nearest bar to try to collect some food. Heading inside, Planks can't refuse the meal sitting on the table. Now that she just recently ate, Planks moves in towards the clothes shop to see if she could find any better disguise. Initially not seeing the guard, Planks is quickly noticed, so she sneaks out and then backtracks to a bar, hoping to find some more food. After starving for so many days, Planks grabs as many meals as she can get her hands on. Plank still isn't a very good thief, so she struggles to steal anything. Lucky for her, though, that nobody can see her. Planks moves to the outside balcony where she can train her stealth in peace. While Planks was distracted, the guards began to move Hex. With so many guards in the patrol, there's nothing that Planks can do to stop them. She just sits back and watches as they take Hex away. After just only getting out of Rebirth, she's already being set back. However, at least she has her legs fixed now. Plank's still hungry, she goes back to steal some more food before returning to train. Planks tries to hit the clothing shop once more, still in need of another disguise. Perhaps she'll be able to get one tonight. Planks leaves some extra gear behind in case Burns or Hex is able to get out. Fortunately, I lost the recording of Planks leaving the city. However, once she made it out, she found her way going towards the hub. After reaching the hub, she began doing some honest work, mining for copper and iron. Doing so, she was able to buy one of the small shacks. From there, she began researching. With Planks finally free, there's a few things she needs to accomplish before she's able to rule these lands. First, she needs to build up some funds. Second, she needs to get some new allies. Third, she needs to get a sustainable food source. And finally, she'll begin to train up these allies. And eventually, we gotta free the rest of our companions. Coming from Rebirth, she only knows how to do one thing, and that's to mine. So she begins hacking away at the copper nodes for several days, trying to build up as much money as she can. However, while Planks was busy mining, the guards finally let Burn free. So at this point, he decides to get prepared and ready to go to the hub. Surprised by a sudden release though, Burn still tries to go unseen should they change their mind. Looks like white male privilege is a thing here in Blister Hill. Before leaving town though, Burn makes sure to go grab some of the gear that Planks left behind. Now with new clothes, Burn makes his way towards the gate. However, he's still cautious as he's uncertain and doesn't want to be captured again by the guards. Finally a free man, Burn begins the journey towards the hub. On his way though, he finds a local farm. He decides to sneak in and try to find some food, not realizing though that it's Holy Nation, and that there's guards everywhere. Burn takes the opportunity to get out of there as soon as he can. As he's approaching the hub, though, a local bandit sees him and begins chasing him. He quickly runs into the local bar for safety as the mercenaries deal with the bandit. Finally safe, he goes to scavenge some of the loot off the bandit. Seeing as that last bandit has an opportunity, Byrne goes out and tries to find another squad of bandits, seeing if he can lure more back. Then quickly running back to the bar, Byrne hopes that the mercenaries will defend him once again so he can get some easy loot. The bar's defenses spring into action to defend Byrne. There are too many bandits, however, so Byrne is left with no option but to defend himself. Just as he made it downstairs, though, Byrne is knocked unconscious. The remaining guards, though, swiftly deal with the bandit threat. After coming to, though, Byrne goes to collect all the loot and sells what he can. While cleaning up the remaining bits of that loot, Planks got attacked. Byrne moves in to help. After healing Planks, Byrne goes back to mining to try to continue collecting money, while the wildlife takes care of the bandits in front of the bar. Hex continues to be trapped in Rebirth while being closely guarded by a very sexist guard. Plank's passed another Holy Nation city along the way here called Stack, so Plank moves in to try to explore. Upon arriving to Stack, Plank notices that a local slave revolt has broken out. However, the guards quickly apprehend them, and Plank just hangs back to avoid it. Later, Planks moves to the bar to try to gather some much-needed supplies. A group of hungry bandits came into town and started immediately causing chaos. However, Planks will not let a good opportunity go to waste and begins collecting gear. The guards enslave most of the bandits though before Planks is able to gather much gear. After the riot though, she moves into the general store to see what they have in stock as well as to unload what she can. Continuing to explore, Planks moves toward the other local bars to see if she can find any new allies. There, she meets Ice, our very first new recruit. Together, they head out from the bar. Moving to the adventure store, it's time to secure a bag. Still unable to afford anything, Planks and Ice head back outside. They continue waiting until night so they can head back in and liberate the store of its bags. Now that it's night and everyone should be asleep, Plank picks the lock and makes her way inside. While heading inside, a guard comes out and runs right by Planks. He must be off the clock as he simply just doesn't care anymore. Planks passes over loot to Ice in this back alley. Able to carry things easier now, Planks moves back to the general store to check their stock once more. Successful with the heist over the night, Planks meets back up with Ice so they can work their way back to the hub. Luckily, the guards decided not to do a bag check this time. Plank and Ice begin their journey back to the hub. After finally making it home, Plank goes to drop off the goods, while Ice helps burn in the mines. After that, Planks continues working on the research. That way they can slowly build up the knowledge to make a settlement. Kicking things off for today, Planks begins construction on a locksmith training box. During this time though, Burn and Ice get attacked by some bandits. Fortunately though, Ice and Burn don't have anything of value to steal, so the bandits just walk away before Planks is able to arrive to provide medical aid. Planks forgets to bring any medical supplies though, so she begins carrying them back to the house so she can treat them there. However, Plank forgets to provide any first aid to Ice. After recovering, Plank brings Burn to the bar to recover in a bed where he can heal quicker. On the way downstairs, though, Plank gets distracted chatting with some other people in the bar. Finally coming home, Plank discovered that Ice passed away from her wounds. However, that's no reason to let the local wildlife starve, so Plank removes the gear that he can and then delivers Ice to one of the dogs. Planks continued to go back and forth to the bar to sell the copper that they've been mining. After that, Plank meets Stone, another new companion. Hopefully he'll survive a little bit longer than Ice did. Stone immediately gets to work mining. With 3 people hard at work now, funds are starting to come in much quicker. During the several days of mining, Plank heard a rumor from one of the members in a bar that there's a town just south, so Plank goes out to explore and tries to find it. Immediately after leaving the town, though, Plank sees a couple of bandits fighting a Garou in the distance. Think this might be an easy kill, though. Plank approaches. The bandit tries to talk his way out of this, but Plank has no mercy at this point. Not realizing how many bandits there were, though, Plank is quickly outnumbered and has to make a strategic retreat. Arriving back at the hub, Burn pretends like he can't see what's going on and continues to mine. Wasting no time, Plank heads directly for the bar, seeking aid of the mercenaries once again. Once again, doing our part to keep the local wildlife fed. Storing the iron plates she just bought and then selling off a little bit more copper, Plank makes another attempt to find the city to the south. Arriving at the city of Stack, Plank heads straight towards the travel shop to see if she can find any new locations with some maps. With the shop closed, though, and unwilling to wait for morning, Plank decides to let herself in. After sorting through the inventory and equipping on the bigger bag, Plank makes her way over to the bar. This is where Plank met Voth and Ruka. Voth and Ruka went outside to wait while Plank got to work looting some of these chests. With the guard heading downstairs, Plank makes her move. The bar's guards started to realize that some people may be looting the chests upstairs, so they began guarding them. In the meantime, while waiting for an opening, Plank began to train stealth once again. The guards held their position all day and night though, so eventually Plank just left. Maybe she'll have better luck in the travel shop though, as it appears unguarded. With the store completely unguarded, Plank grabs everything she can. Meeting back with the others, she drops off some of the loot so she can get more room to keep on looting. Back inside the bar now, Plank tries to get some more food before the guards catch on. After Plank finishes, a Shek warrior comes up and starts harassing her. She quickly leaves the bar before a fight breaks out though. After meeting back up with everyone, she passes all the loot to our new Shek companions. Knowing we got a checkpoint up ahead, she wants to make sure that she's got nothing stolen that they'll detect. With the loot divvied up, we are ready to make our return journey back to the hub. The guards stop Voth for a bag check, but fortunately, since he's got nothing stolen on him, they let everyone pass without checking anybody else. Unfortunately, though, we went outside the wrong gate of the city, so rather than going through the bag check once again, we're taking the long way around the city. On the way out, though, a squad of bandits intercept us. We immediately do a 180 and head back towards the gate to try to get help from the guards. Ruka is knocked unconscious, however Plank and Voth manage to get away. Immediately afterwards, they go to Ruka to provide first aid. That way we don't have another ice situation. Still unconscious though, Voth needs to carry Ruka from here on out. The journey continues, however with everyone injured, this is going to be a much longer walk back. Finally, after a long walk, the hub is in sight. However, just as they thought they were safe, they see a bandit patrol in the distance. Too weak to stand against them, they need to backtrack and head down the mountain in a slightly different way. Making it off the mountain, all they need to do is get to the hub and they'll finally be safe. Finally back home, Voth and Rocky go straight to mining, that way we can hopefully afford the station house one day. Plank continues doing his research. Eventually, after multiple days of hard work, we're able to buy the station house. However, we still need to rebuild it, so everyone just continues mining for now while we gather more resources. In the morning, though, the bandits come back for revenge, so once again we flee to the bar for safety, as we're still not tough enough to win a fight. Look at how excited the dog is, though. At least we're keeping him fed. Eventually, though, the reconstruction of our new home begins. Starting off for today, Brent continues working on the station house. However, if anyone knows how I can actually remove the tree that's sitting in the doorway, please let me know, because I have not been able to figure that one out. Ruka begins following the trail of blood and bandits, only to find that Stone is knocked unconscious. Not having any medkits, she immediately grabs him and brings him home. We still haven't quite figured out how to make a bed yet, though, so Ruka places Stone in one of the beds at the bar. Once recovered, Stone starts making regular trips to the bar to sell off some of the copper. That way we can keep the money flowing in. Realizing that he doesn't have nearly enough construction materials to finish the station house, Byrne makes his way towards Squin. Thankfully, though, he's able to cross the mountain without any incident or running into any bandits. Byrne makes it to Squin just before it starts getting dark. If he's wanting to do any shopping, he's got to be quick. Thankfully, he gets to the general store right before closing time and is able to do just a little bit of shopping. Like any good alcoholic, though, the next step is always the bar after work. And this is where Plank meets Fumin, our first medic. After recruiting Fumin, we then met Oren and invited him to our team as well. Everyone then goes outside so Byrne can unload some of the weight that he's been carrying. Now with his pack empty, Byrne goes back into the bar to try to gather some more food that he can bring back to the hub. The guards follow Byrne all night, though, making it impossible for him to steal anything. Eventually, though, morning comes around and Byrne finds his opportunity. Still unsatisfied, though, Byrne approaches the barkeeper to try to buy any more food that he can. However, it seems the barkeeper is aware of what Byrne was up to last night and refuses to sell anything to him. Before leaving town, though, they decide to make one last stop in the armor shop. Byrne spends all his money buying the armor. However, he quickly regrets it as he should have just left an IOU and taken it. Even so, though, he divvies the armor up to the rest of the group, and together they should be more prepared now to make their return journey home. With the group loaded with stolen property, though, Oren approaches the guards to do the talking. Thankfully, we're granted passage and the group begins the journey back towards the hub. Finally making it back to the hub, everyone starts dropping off their stuff into the storage. Oren begins training his melee skills while Fumin continues completing the research. Checking back in with Hex, looks like she's still being camped by this one guard who's been following her now for about 10 days. Byrne continues work on the station house all day and night before running out of construction materials, nearly finishing the structure. However, I still wish we could remove that tree in the front door. After a few more days of mining and buying construction materials, the station house is finally complete. Straight away, construction on the interior begins. Immediately realizing we're not going to have enough construction materials and iron plates, Plank immediately sets back out for Squin to try to gather some more. Immediately, Plank heads over to the traveler's shop so she can start buying some maps, as well as some sleeping bags so we can begin to heal our own people inside the house. After acquiring camping supplies, the next stop is the armor store. That way we can start to better equip our people. After getting fully supplied, the return journey home begins. Using the camping bags we acquired, Planks begins creating some sleeping bags for everyone to use. Construction on the interior of the station house continues for several days, with Planks making regular runs to the towns nearby to continue gathering building materials and iron plates. Fuman has also taken up the role as head researcher and heavily focuses on completing that while everyone else continues mining copper. Eventually, a squad of dust bandits roll through town. Luckily, though, they leave without any incident. Shortly afterwards, though, one of the bandits catches Voth off guard. Luckily, though, everyone notices and immediately springs into action to help. Unsurprisingly, once the others start trying to provide medical aid, the bandit turns to attack them as well. Plank, being our best fighter right now, jumps in and keeps the attention of the bandit. Burn's left arm becomes crippled, but he holds in and he tries to keep on fighting us for as long as he can. This bandit proves too powerful and we need to make a strategic retreat back over to the bar. The others will need to hold out until we can come back to provide medical aid. Just as we think we lost the bandit, he comes back around for round 2. After a long struggle, the bandit's defeated and we get the injured back inside the walls of the town. After providing medical aid to everybody, we begin going back to work. Eventually, we start construction on a Tier 3 research bench, continue pushing through the research trees. Noticing, though, that there's a bar just north of the town, Plank goes out to investigate. When approaching the bar, though, Plank notices that there's 2 hungry bandits off in the distance. Showing no mercy, Plank takes revenge for all the times the bandits attack the hub. Bandits are easily put down. Plank decides to bring the bandit back home and start tending to its wounds. The bandit, however, did not appreciate being taken and started to attack Orn and Funan. However, the multiple days of training on the practice dummy proved effective. Didn't take long though before the bandit woke up again and started attacking. I guess you can't make friends by kidnapping them and forcing them into a bed. Collectively though, we're still not a very strong fighting force, so this bandit gives us a pretty good run for our money. After an intense 4-on-1 fight, we finally managed to bring down the bandit. After the fight and everyone's healed, the bandit is returned back to her bed. That way we can challenge her once again later. After giving the bandit plenty of time to heal, Burn wakes her back up for round 3. Although she didn't last nearly as long this time as she did the previous times. Eventually, after a few more days, we finally completed our Tier 3 research bench, where we then started researching the imprisonment node. The expedited friendship node. After completing research on the friendship node, we then add some friendship boxes up to the top of the roof, as well as we put a bed downstairs. With Plank being our lead engineer, she started work on the cages. Planks doesn't rest and continues building the cages all night. By morning, we've got a couple of friendship boxes built. After work, Plank goes to grab our friend who's been sleeping in the shack for the last few days and introduces her to her new home. The local bandits must have found out about the friendship cages, though, and started attacking our miners. Managing to group up with our other allies, we decided to turn in and stand our ground. Fuman rushes over to try to provide medical aid to those who are falling. It's a hard-won fight, but we eventually come out victorious. We begin carrying the wounded back, dropping off our allies in beds, and then the bandits in our new friendship boxes. Ending things off for today, we made a lot of progress. We completed our Tier 3 research, we started building friendship cages, and collected a few friends. As well, we began to level up our combat skills. Find out what happens next in Part 9. Thank you for watching, and please like, comment, and subscribe. After all we did for this bandit, she immediately attacked us after we let her out of her new home. We tended to her wounds, we gave her a bed to sleep in, and then we even upgraded her to this nice new place. However, she continues to be unappreciative, so Plank has to take care of her. We're still struggling with combat though, so this isn't too bad of experience. In hindsight, we probably should have allowed her to keep her weapon. Once we finally defeat the bandit, she's returned back to her friendship box. Hopefully eventually we can get her to join our side. However, she does not keep in her weapon anymore. Additionally, Plank checks the rest of our new visitors for any contraband. After several hours, one of our new friends decides to talk, and after a little bit of food, he decides to join our crew. Seeing that the other bandit just got fed, one more of them decides to join us as well. And finally, our friend who we've taken care of for so long finally decides to join us as well, giving us 3 new members to our crew. However, currently they're all pretty weak and hungry, so we're going to need to feed them and train them up before they become useful. And like that, our new squad of unpaid volunteers is created. Now that they've decided to join our team, Plank goes through and releases each one. Now that our crew is finally starting to build up some strength, we begin heading out. Mainly we're looking for bandits to fight, but our side objective is to look for any unknown locations or find anything useful. We first make a stop to Squin though, so we can gather some extra supplies for the journey. Upon arrival though, we immediately get accosted by some of the Shek people. We still haven't earned their respect yet as warriors. Trying not to start a fight, we make our way towards the bar. Trying to become an honest citizen, Fumin approaches the barkeep to try to purchase some food. But it appears we're not welcome here anymore. So we begin heading out without being able to gather any more food. Hopefully we can find a new town somewhere along the way that will allow us to shop. And with that we leave Squin, headed west. Along our way we discover what seems to be some sort of settlement. Curious what it is, we go to explore. It appears we discovered a way station that includes a few shops, so we begin looking around. Burn begins heading towards the bar as we're still in need of food. Burn purchases as much food as he can afford as well as one of the maps. After procuring some food, we begin chatting with some of the people in the bar to see if anybody would be willing to join us. By the time nighttime rolls around, we decide to head out once more. Currently, we're heading in the direction of Admag, however, our final destination is still unknown. We continue running all the way through the night. We're still pretty limited on food and we need to have enough to make the journey back. Along the way, we discover that some ruins are nearby. We proceed in that direction to investigate. The ruins appear abandoned. Maybe this will be some easy loot. Arriving at the ruins, we begin to spread out looking for anything that might be left behind. While distracted by the loot though, a fight breaks out from an unknown enemy. It appears these ruins weren't quite as empty as we thought they were, and we've just walked into a trap. Thankfully, that other group of Sheks decided to assist us rather than killing us. With many people severely injured though, we try to get some distance away from the fight. The other Sheks have no problem taking care of those that were hiding in the ruins. They even provide some first aid to our people. Once that wandering group of Czechs start to leave, we begin to gather up our allies and then start to treat them as best as we can. While our allies are healing, we finish looting the area. We then divide up the loot between everybody before continuing out west. Many of our people are still injured though, so the group moves slow. We still plan to continue on as long as we can though, hopefully run into a town where we can restock and fully rest up. Before long though, a town comes into sight. It's well into the night though before we finally approach the gate. As is tradition though, our very first stop is to hit the bar, where we then sell off whatever we can from the previous fight. Orin takes care of the legal business while Plank goes in to grab whatever she can get her hands on. Suddenly, though, a large group of hivers start to walk in. We take that as our cue to leave. Morning comes around pretty quickly and the weapons shop opens up. Plank takes this opportunity to check it out. Plank managed to grab a handful of weapons that she can divvy out to the rest of the party. Orin came in as well to help carry some of the weapons out. Still unsure how the weapon stats of this world works, Plank just grabs whatever looks cool or will fit in her bag. Plank finally acquired a Plank blueprint. It's not something I knew I needed, but I'm glad I have it now. The shopkeep didn't seem to mind though that I was just rifling through all the chests. After securing some new weapons, the next stop was to hit the armor store. Plank looted the armor shop for as much armor as she could carry. Once she was full, she went around to the corner to drop some off. Orin went to go retrieve the armor. However, what we didn't notice was that there was a guard sitting there watching us the entire time, so we were unable to pick up any of the gear, and we had to wait for a better opportunity. Plank didn't let this time go to waste though and went back inside to gather more armor. Plank went slightly farther away this time before dropping any of the gear. Thankfully, the guard stopped watching for one moment, giving Orin the opportunity to gather the rest of the stuff. Once we had secured all the loot and were ready to make our escape, we had Voth approach the guards to deal with the bag check. That way the rest of us could sneak out undetected. We continued heading away from the gate until we were outside a few of the guards, then we began to divvy up the loot. I also forgot to mention that we kidnapped a few of the bandits that attacked us at that ruined settlement, and then we've been carrying them this entire time. Hopefully we can drop them back in our friendship boxes when we get home. With everyone geared up now, I'm starting to feel a little bit more confident that I can survive in a fight, and we continue on our journey. Currently, we're heading in the direction of the ruins on the far west. As we start getting closer though, we begin seeing these strange purple trees. Suddenly then it starts raining with what appears to be blood. Certainly this can't be a good sign. Perhaps we're not quite ready for this area yet, and the party begins turning around. We make our way back to the city of Admag. We just continue past the city though, as our goal is trying to get home at this point. On our way back, we come across some monster bugs that immediately attack us. We've got no choice but to defend ourselves. The bugs are tough, but are swiftly taken out. After a quick healing session, we continue on our way. Just as we were almost home, we got attacked by an entire group of hungry bandits. It's time to put our new armor and weapons to the test. We tried to move Fumin, our healer, out of the way of immediate combat, but one of the bandits followed suit. Fumin will have to do his best to hold him off until everyone else can assist. The bandits won this round. We ended up going down and had to spend a long while recovering before we were able to continue on our journey. Nearly at the hub, a pack of wild gars started attacking us as well. Should have known that it wouldn't be an easy return journey. We're taken down once again though. Even though we're close to the hub, we set up camp beds once again as we need to get our people recovered. Another quick healing session later and we're back on our way. Of course though, we're not being let off easy, and we get attacked by bandits once again. Fumin does his best to try to heal while not being attacked. Miraculously, we managed to pull through this fight with a win. It's our first win against a whole group of bandits. We do our best to try to patch up all the wounds before continuing back home. Finally, we're on our way again, just hoping that nothing else happens before we get back to the hub. At this point, it's dead in the night, but we finally made it back to the hub. Today we explored some new land, found a ruin, a new town. As well, we got a lot of combat training. However, moving forward, we know we need a lot more combat experience, as well as we need more allies. Find out what happens next time in part 10. Finally arriving home from yesterday's adventure, our team is significantly hurt. However, we did manage to kidnap a few bandits that we knocked out along the way. Hopefully we can get them to join our side. Additionally, we need a restock on our food and medical supplies as we pretty much burned through most of what we had in the last journey. Our other priorities for today will be to continue gathering more allies and then get as much training experience as we possibly can. That way we can actually handle ourselves in some fights better. First thing then, we need to offload the extra junk that we got from the journey. As well, we might as well buy a few supplies while we're here. A little bit later though, Bren and Ruka went to the bar that's just outside of the city gates. When they were leaving, they saw a couple bandits laying outside, unconscious and bleeding out. Bren and Ruka, being the upstanding citizens they are, provided immediate medical attention. However, the bandits' injuries were too much, so they had to be taken home. That way they could be provided the proper aid. With the bandits' health being of utmost importance, Bren and Ruka rushed back home immediately. As soon as they got home, they rushed the bandits upstairs to their new friendship boxes, where they can better provide medical treatment. Bren and Plank then went back out to help a few more bandits. We need allies and beggars can't be choosers. Our other companions are still recovering from their journey. However, it looks like one of them lost a leg and we didn't even notice earlier. We're gonna have to deal with that somehow. I forgot earlier that we still need to heal our new friends, so Fumin takes care of that now. The next day is pretty uneventful. The majority of our people just continue mining copper and iron, that way we can build up our money. As well, Fumin takes care of some of the stuff around the base, like organization, and continues doing research. During one of the many trips that Fumin was taking back and forth to the bar, a group of bandits noticed him and started attacking. Immediately, though, everyone else rushed in to try to assist Fumin. Not being prepared to deal with this, Fumin runs back to the bar in town for safety. The bandits are then swiftly dealt with. We then start healing and bringing anyone that we can back to base. We now have several new friends in their friendship boxes that will hopefully join us, after a little bit of convincing of course. It didn't take long though for the bandits to start joining our side. All it took was one meal. Before we knew it, we had 2 new companions on our side. Getting tired of feeding this one bandit, she's ordered to remove her gear and then set off out into the wilderness on her own. If she survives, we'll keep her, but if not, well, it was fate. With no fear in her heart, she confidently makes her way out into the unknown. The bandits continue relentlessly attacking us at the mining nodes. They refuse to give us a moment of peace. This works out for us though, as we've been looking for fights to get into. After the last several fights we got into, we're finally starting to become strong enough to deal with these bandits relatively easily. They picked the wrong squad to mess with, because as soon as we get them down, they're going to be sent right to the friendship boxes. We're ensuring now though that we remove weapons though from every bandit that we knock out. That way they can't get up and start fighting us once again. Once the fights ended, we healed those that needed, sending a few back home to rest, while the remaining continued just to mine the ores. Our companion that we sent out earlier is still making her way south. As of now, she's acting as a scout. Maybe she'll find a good area that we can settle soon. While watching our scout, our miners get attacked by another group of roaming bandits. We really need to find a way to deal with them to stop these attacks. Like previously, though, everyone immediately jumps in to assist and put a stop to these bandits. The bandits still proved to be a challenge and managed to hold their own for quite some time. With each fight, though, our warriors become more and more powerful. Hopefully soon these bandits will become a non-threat. Like before, though, once the bandits finally go down, we provide a little bit of medical aid before sending them back to our friendship cages. Before we even have a chance to recover, though, another group of bandits comes in for round 2. However, this time, it wasn't a group of bandits attacking us. It was a group of slave mongers, who are a considerable step up above the bandits in terms of strength. We couldn't let these slave mongers come into our turf and start taking our people. We are the freedom fighters, and we will not allow slavery on our land. And it's totally not what we're doing when we bring people to our friendship boxes. Thankfully, there wasn't that many of them, and we successfully bring them down relatively easily. Our new friends are only fed when they decide to join us, and so by morning another one is convinced to join our side. We're still not great though about fully remembering to grab all the weapons before putting them in their box. Our one-legged friend continues pushing south, not making a whole lot of ground, but still pushing nonetheless. Afterwards, Brancos checked on our new friends. It appears many of them have had enough time to think and are willing to join our side now. That, or they just really want a meal. After recruiting, Burn sets everyone free and then moves them over to the unpaid volunteer squad. As soon as everyone's rested and fed though, they join the others in the mines to continue gathering iron and copper. That way we can keep the money flowing. Checking back in with Hex, the guard still has not left her alone for one moment. It's going on about 20 days of just constant supervision. Anything's off for today. It wasn't super eventful, but it was productive. We got a lot of combat experience, and then we recruited a lot of new allies. Our goal still is to continue increasing the numbers, as well as we need to start looking for a place to settle as we start outgrowing the hub. Find out what happens next time in part 11. So, we're starting to gather a lot of new allies, and we keep adding new people day by day. As well, food's starting to become a problem. I think it's time we need to find an area to settle and make our own. However, it's going to be tough. We need to make sure we're outside of Holy Nation territory. But since we still haven't explored much of the areas outside of the borderlands, anywhere we go is going to be a bit of a gamble. We did manage to kill the slave mongers yesterday, which got us a little bit of armor, and so we begin dispersing that out to everybody. That way our force will be as strong as possible before we set out. We continued prepping for the journey all day, and by nighttime, another one of the bandits decided to join us. Let's just call him Joe for now. Additionally, Ben decided to join us as well. Steve also decided to join. And with that, 3 new members joined our team. Over the past several days, we've been focused on gathering food, iron plates, and construction materials. These will be the foundations we need to build our new city. Feeling well prepared, we gather everybody up and prepare to head out. Our goal is just to go south. We're going to explore as much as we can, and if we find a location that looks suitable, we'll settle there. We start off by heading in the direction of Squin. It's the closest town to the south, and we're very familiar with it, and we can even stock up on a little bit of extra food while we're there. As we continue on our way, we see a pack of skull dogs in the distance. Knowing any little bit of food is just more time that we can continue exploring. We go to hunt the dogs. The skull dogs provide a little challenge, and then we skin them for as much meat as we can. We then set up camp so we can start tending to our wounded and start cooking this food. Before we've even had a chance to recover, though, a wave of bandits start rushing in. They must have been smelling the food we were cooking. Left with no choice, we advance on them head on. They have several crossbow men, though, and that poses a big threat to us as we have nothing to counter that. Orin does his best to advance on the archers, however he's repeatedly pelted in the chest with crossbow bolts. Thankfully, Ruka comes in to help, and they're able to close the distance. The rest of our allies are managing to hold in there. Only a few of them have fallen so far. These aren't the normal bandits we're used to, though. We're fighting dust bandits this time, who are a considerable step up from the hungry bandits we were fighting earlier. Fumin does his best to care for the wounded and treat them as swiftly as possible. Fortunately, though, it appears the tide is turning against us. Fumin backs off away from the fight so he can come back in later to provide healing. After the bandits defeated our best warriors, they turned their attention to our wounded. After defeating us, the bandits rob us and take whatever they want before leaving. After that last fight, it takes us about a whole day to recover, but at least we're still alive. Just as we were starting to get back into a fighting shape, a group of hungry bandits started to patrol through and attacked us. Still recovering from our last fight, the bandits take us out easily. With every fight, though, we're becoming a little bit stronger. If we can just hold our position here, maybe we can turn the tide on these bandits. The bandits take us all down and then eventually start to leave. However, not after looting us, of course. Burn is the first one awake, and he immediately goes to provide aid to the most critically injured. Retreating back to our base camp, we try to hold out the night. Hearing packs of skull dogs in the distance, the squad knows that they're not safe. If a large pack of the skull dogs attacked, we would surely be eaten and wouldn't stand a chance. Luckily though, we make it to the morning without any incident. With everyone starting to finally recover, we're becoming too comfortable with this area. The bandits notice that and take advantage of us not paying attention and immediately attack our base camp. After a full night to recover though, we're mostly at full strength. Perhaps we can hold our own this time. Our warriors are starting to drop quickly though. We're outnumbered and down to our last few warriors. This fight's not looking good. Even Fumin is forced to throw hands. After a tough fight, we all go down once again. We're currently at a stalemate, just unable to heal our warriors enough in time to be able to survive a fight. Giving up is not an option though, and as soon as the bandits leave, we try to provide aid to everybody. However, having more than 3 beds might have been a good idea. It's been about 4 days since we got to this location. We've been here for too long at this point, and we're starting to run out of food. Not having much of a choice, we send out 2 of our companions, Joe and one of the bandits we recruited. Their goal is to head to either Squin or the hub respectively, and purchase as much food as they can and bring it back. Otherwise, we're going to have to retreat quickly or face starvation. Our bandit companion isn't as fortunate though as Joe was. After our recent shenanigans in Squin, the shopkeeper will no longer do business with us. We don't really have the time to be waiting around for the guards to leave though, so both Joe and our hungry bandit companion begin heading back to the others. At least the food that Joe will be bringing back will buy us a little bit more time to survive. Now that we're fed and mostly healed, we should be able to survive a little bit better now, right? Just as we say that though, another group of dust bandits stroll in, ready to put us to the test. With everyone fed, we do our best to hold our own. Starting to look like we might come out of this fight victorious. One determined bandit continues crawling in towards the fight. Despite being crippled, he will not give up. Coming out of that fight successfully, we need to quickly gather our people and try to heal them ASAP before the next round of bandits start coming through. It appears that we've set up camp on the intersection of 2 main bandit tribes, so every moment we continue to stay here puts us at further risk. Despite the risk though, we continue fighting on as it's our only way to get stronger. While we're cleaning up from the last fight though, a small herd of Garu started coming through. This might be a great opportunity for us though, as we're desperately in need of food. Just coming out of our last fight though, we haven't had any time to heal, so our warriors are pretty weak and fall quickly. We're not given any opportunity though to rest, and before we even take out the final Garu, a squad of dust bandits immediately come through. With our warriors incredibly weak at this point, this turns into a massacre, with the Dust Bandits coming out victorious. Our injured companions spring forward as our last resort. Maybe they can pull off a miracle. We're just 2 injured currently, without having any opportunity to heal. We're just barely surviving. After another loss, thankfully, the bandits start to head out. At least we got to keep all the meat from the Garu, which sustains our force for a little bit longer. We continue to rest throughout the day, and by nightfall we start to add more camp beds. If we can manage to get ahead of our injuries before the next round of bandits come through, perhaps we can manage to come out of this in one piece. As expected though, before we can actually make any significant progress healing, the next wave of bandits come through. The fight starts off decently. We immediately do a good chunk of damage, but we're slowly whittled down. Our injured soldiers come in as well. With everyone's life on the line, there's no time to rest. Despite doing our best and managing to take a few of the bandits out with us, we still lose the fight. We didn't get completely stomped this time though, and we're slowly starting to build up our strength. Once the fight is over, like previously, we immediately try to provide aid to our fallen companions. We have remained at a stalemate in this position, unable to progress forward, but with each fight our strength improves. Will we be able to survive this area, or will this be the end of Burn? Find out next time in part 12. Additionally, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and thank you for watching. We barely managed to survive the fight from yesterday. Additionally, we're extremely low on food, and we're struggling to get anyone healed up before these raids continue. Our goal today is just to hold this position for as long as possible. Hopefully we can get strong enough to be on par with the bandits. Maybe at that point we can continue pushing towards Squin. We barely just left the hub and have been at a complete stalemate due to these bandit raids. But with each attack our warriors become stronger and stronger. Hopefully soon we'll be able to push back. As expected though, the next bandit raid immediately rushes in. We're doing much better than what we were in the previous fight, with the bandits starting to drop very quickly. We come out of the fight victorious and begin healing as quickly as we can. Perhaps this was the break we've been waiting for. We're starting to run down to our last few pieces of meat, and we divvy them out sparingly, hoping to make them last as long as possible. The last few days of fighting have stained the ground with blood. It's been a massacre, but this is only the start to our campaign. Axe is still being locked up by the Holy Nation, and we need to put a stop to their slave mongering. First, we need to survive the constant bandit raids attacking our camp. As these fights carry on, the bandits become less of a threat and are extremely persistent, sending multiple raids at us every single day. If we want to break free from this, we need about a solid day to heal and rest up, but the bandits won't give us that opportunity, which means if we want to get out of here, we have to be able to fight them off without losing too many people. With our warriors weakened, Ruka springs forward and pulls one of our companions out, bring him over to a bed, then Ruka jumps right back into the fight. We survived another fight, but can we hold out long enough for the rest of us to heal? That way we can continue moving on. A few dust bandits wandered through camp and started hacking us. This might be a good opportunity for us though to see if we're able to take on a dust bandit. It's not an easy fight, but this time we got the numbers, so we managed to pull through okay. Getting everyone healed up is still our #1 priority. We have to be able to pull out of this stalemate. We're starting to become on par with the bandits though. Dawn of a new day arrives. We managed to make it through the night without any incidents. Things are starting to look up for us. We might be able to pull through this after all. We almost managed to make it through an entire day without any more bandit attacks. Shortly before dusk though, the next patrol of bandits arrive. Being attacked so frequently though, our warriors are becoming formidable, and these bandits are taken out swiftly. We took out all the bandits without any of our men going unconscious. We still continue to heal and rest up though as much as possible. If we want to be able to get out of here, everyone's going to have to be able to run. Days of fighting have left the battlefield soaked in blood. With everyone finally recovered, we begin breaking down our camp, hoping to make our getaway as soon as possible. We continue south, following the river for as long as we can. As we continue south, we start to see more fertile land. Maybe this area will be a good base location. By nighttime, we made it to the swamp. Without any idea of what's in store, we continue pushing through, in hopes to find some sort of life. We made it through to another morning without any issues. Feeling good, we continue to push through the swamp. We spoke too soon though, as people start to collapse from hunger. We have got to find a town, or hunt some animals, or anything for some food, or this journey is going to end quickly. Not finding any life in the swamp, we proceed on into the region of Shem. We see a small village off in the distance. It's the first sign of life we've seen in days. As we're nearing the village, we see this strange big thing charge at a group of bandits that were off to our left. I don't know what that thing is, but I'm glad it attacked them and not us. The beak thing defeated the group of bandits, and now it's attacking us. It looks fairly wounded though, so this shouldn't be a problem. Oh my gosh, this thing does crazy damage. This beak thing was way tougher than it looked. It might have actually killed us if it wasn't already halfway injured. We do our best to manage everybody up. We're right outside of a town, so we can't stop here. Plank heads off to go check out the shops. All they sold were animals in the town, and while that's good to know, it's not something we can afford right now. It appears like there's some flat area nearby that has some copper and iron nodes. Maybe that'll be a good spot for a settlement. So Plank groups back up with the others and they continue setting off on their journey. This spot here will become the foundation of the new town of Burntopia. We've got iron, we've got copper, water. It should be perfect. All we have to do is just be able to survive the wildlife and bandits. With no time to waste, we began constructing farm plots, stone quarries, and as well we built a little shack. And by nightfall, our initial construction is complete. We then try to outfit this little shack with the basic necessities to try to keep us going for as long as possible. As dawn approaches, we've survived our first night here. Everyone immediately jumps to work mining resources. That way we can process them into construction materials as well as iron plates. And from that we'll build this city. A group of beak things come to welcome us to the neighborhood, and they immediately try to eat our miners. The beak things are an absolute menace, taking out our weaker companions almost immediately. Our best fighters are giving it everything they've got to hold in there. If we don't win this fight, the beak things will just start eating us alive. If that happens, Burn's story will be over. We've got no choice but to win. Only Burn and Orin are still up. However, there's only one beak thing left standing. I believe they can do it. We barely managed to survive that encounter and have to spend the rest of the day healing. More beak things can be seen out in the distance. Hopefully they don't engage us and just continue walking by. While we're still picking ourselves up from the last fight, a group of hive traders roll in. Maybe they'll have some food and medical supplies that we can take. They didn't have a lot of what we needed, but something is better than nothing, and the hive traders left as quickly as they came. We have another round of beak things coming in, and I can already tell that these are going to be more of a problem than what the bandits were. We need to spread out. If the beak things catch us like we are now, all grouped up, then they'll be able to damage many of us at once, which could lead to us being killed. At least the bandits didn't kill us, they were just after our food. But with the beak things, we are the food. After just barely making it through that last encounter, we have no choice but to start packing up and leaving. We're almost out of food and we're extremely low on medical supplies. We have a decent foundation set up for Burntopia. We just need to restock on our supplies and then make another attempt. Additionally, we need different crops. We brought green fruit this time, however. This area is too arid and the fruit doesn't grow. It won't be easy for us to get out, and of course we get attacked by bee things immediately as soon as we start leaving. Close to this nomad village, so if we can just survive this encounter, perhaps we can take shelter there. But now, why is there a beak thing over there in town? Uh-oh, I can't tell if the beak thing is eating nomads or if it's eating bandits. But if this town's fallen, then that doesn't look good for us. They were much more secure than we were. Even though we're weak and injured, we have to do what we can to help our neighbors out. With no time to waste, we begin our assault on the beak thing. We must save this town. Burn, being our strongest warrior, leads the charge with no fear. This beak thing is powerful, but we outnumber it, and he can't take all of us at once. After a bloody struggle, we managed to defeat the beak thing, but now what remains of this town? We spend the rest of the day healing up before we approach the town, just in case there's any more enemies still lingering. Each healing session takes us closer and closer to starvation though. At this point we're very pushed for time. As nighttime approaches though, we begin heading out once again. We approach the town, but it looks abandoned. Were we too late? Did the beak things already wipe them out? Additionally, our companions are starting to collapse due to starvation. We have no choice but to keep pushing. We can't linger here very long. Starvation is getting to us and we've got a long journey ahead before we get back to Squin. Will everyone be able to make it or will we start dropping like flies? Tune in next week to find out what happens next in Burns' adventure and as well as the fate of this town. Thank you for watching and please remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you. From the moment that we left the hub, we've been pushed to the limit, fighting constant bandit waves, to then beat things, and now starvation. We're out of food, and people are collapsing very quickly. It's a long journey back to Squin, but it's our only hope to be able to recover from this. Still injured from our last few fights, we're not able to run, which is making this journey last even longer than it needs to be. However, fortune is finally on our side. We see a group of hungry bandits fighting a couple beak things. Our plan is to wait it out until most of them die. Then we'll come in to clean up what's left, that way we can take the food. As expected, it appears that the beak things are slaughtering the bandits. Hopefully though, they'll be able to whittle down the beak things' health enough for us to be able to kill them. A few of the bandits try to crawl away from the fight, however there's no hope for them, none of them will survive. Surprisingly enough though, they managed to bring down one of the beak things, but at the cost of many of their men. Some of the bandits notice us, and with a sudden burst of confidence, many of them break away to start attacking us. The fight is on. Hungry bandits pose little threat to us now though, and we wipe them out fairly easily. It's impressive enough that they even managed to take out the beak things. They should really quit while they're ahead. Even the crippled bandits are charging after us now. That's almost more intimidating than the beak things were. One of the beak things came to before we were able to skin it. Now we've got that to deal with as well. Luckily this one appears to have a taste for bandits. We finally managed to win the fight, where we immediately then skin the beak things and cook the meat up immediately. As well, we provide first aid to all those who have fallen, and we rest for about another day while the injuries heal, before we're able to carry on once again. Finally fed, we continue on our way back to Squin. It's a long journey, we just hope that we can get there without any more attacks. And without us running out of food again. We weren't able to fully feed ourselves earlier, we just prevented ourselves from starvation. The next morning rolls around and we get attacked by these crazy little red spider things. Unable to outrun them, we have no choice but to stand our ground. Thankfully they seem pretty weak and we take them out without too much effort. However, they did do a little bit of damage to us. After patching our wounds, we head out immediately. There's no time to spare with our hunger the way it is. We're more than halfway out of the swamp at this point, and then it's only a short journey to Squin. Once we finally get there, we plan to go straight to the bar and rob them for all the food they have, and then sleep in the beds for probably a day and a half. At this point though, we're starving and exhausting. We wouldn't be able to hold our own in a fight, and it would be a miracle if we could get there without any other incidents. Out of nowhere, a dust bandit starts swinging on us. It only appears to be two of them though, so even in our weakened state, we should be able to survive this. Thankfully, it was an easy fight, but we need to get out of here before more bandits show up. The wasteland provides for us once again, and we see a pack of Gare running straight at us. This will be more than enough food to last us until we get to Squin. One of our companion bandits gets sent off into space by one of the Gares. I hope he's okay. The beasts are eventually slain. We then set up camp and immediately skin them. It looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. Once everyone's healed up and fed, we continue onwards towards Squin. At this point, we shouldn't have any issues making it the rest of the journey, now that we got the food issue situated. Just as we approach the gates of Squin, one of our companions collapses again. It's fine though, at this point we're safe. We've made it to a city. We'll be able to restock all of our supplies and make a new plan from there. Immediately though, we go to the bar and head straight upstairs. Our most injured rests in the bed while Plank goes and starts collecting food. While Plank is working to acquire some food for everybody, a group of slave mongers roll into town and start noticing that we're wearing some of their armor. Noticing that we're not actually slave mongers, they immediately start attacking us. However, being the freedom fighters, we have to put a stop to them, and we don't back down. After surviving as many fights as we have, these slave mongers are just a mere nuisance to us now. We take them out relatively easily, then we leave their bodies for anything valuable, as well we pass off some armor and weapons to our other companions. Once the fight's over, we move back into the bar. Healing is still our priority at the moment, and we're able to rent the beds here. While everyone's recovering, Plank uses this time to sneak around town. But we still need better armor and weapons, and we're still incredibly short on food and medical supplies. Plank's first stop led her to the travel shop where she could collect some bags. This way she could divvy them out to the rest of the companions and we could carry more collectively. However, before she finished looting everything, she got caught by the guards, and they eventually kicked her out of the store. Thankfully though, they didn't take any of the stolen property. Plank was holding her own really well until the additional guards came. I'm just glad Plank wasn't imprisoned, or even worse, enslaved. She still had to face the shame though of being thrown out like trash onto the street. Thankfully though, Stone was nearby and came to provide first aid to Plank. Once that was complete, Plank divvied up some of the bags to the rest of the group and unloaded what she was carrying, and then went back out to steal some more stuff. The next shop on Plank's list was the weapons store. With there being even more dangerous threats than bandits out in Shem, We need the best quality weapons we can find. Plank took the best weapons that she could find before immediately rushing back over to the bar to divvy them up. Thankfully, the shopkeep didn't seem to mind us taking anything. They're still stolen weapons though, so we can't openly distribute them. We have to hide in the bar and then slowly pass them out. After everybody geared up with their new weapons, we begin making our way out of Squin. And this is where I'll end things off for today. We managed to safely get out of Shem, but we did build a foundation for Burntopia. As well, we got some new weapons and restocked up on a lot of our needed supplies. Next time will we head back directly to Shem, or will we go back to the hub? Find out what happens next time in Burn's story. Additionally, please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and thank you for watching. Starting things off for today, Burn and his companions start making their way back to the hub. They were able to gather food and medical supplies while in Squin, but they're still lacking on construction materials and iron plates. Additionally, we also need to recruit some more companions, and any additional training wouldn't hurt either. A group of dust bandits ambushed us from the side of the road. However, they picked the wrong group to fight. We've had ample time to rest and recover. As well, we've acquired new weapons. This should be a good test of our strength. Fuman waits on standby in case anyone needs any medical attention, while the rest work their way through the bandit horde. This is the first fight we've had where we've been uninjured and well fed in over 10 days since we've left the hub. When we left over 10 days ago, Dust Bandits absolutely destroyed us and we couldn't even stand a chance. But after all of our training, it seems we may have the edge. Eventually, the fight was over, and we came out victorious. Fuman made sure to heal a few of the bandits, and we brought them back with us to the hub. We finally arrived back to the hub the next morning. We drop off our new companions in their friendship cages, while the rest go back to mining copper and iron. However, we did get jumped by a few bandits right as we entered town. Not noticing right away, we did take a little bit of damage, but they were swiftly killed. However, a few of our companions are now a little bit injured. We successfully deliver everyone to their friendship cage, though. We can't spend all this time, though, entertaining our new companions, so Plank loads up with some more and then heads out for the shops. That way we can keep the money flowing in and as well make room for more to be mined. Plank also buys as many iron plates as she can carry. We're going to need a ton of them as we build Burntopia. However, while everyone is busy prepping and getting ready to head back out, another wave of dust bandits rolls into town. This works out for us at this point, as each person we end up knocking out is another companion added to our army. Jumping ahead a little bit, we find Plank, Joe, and Burn coming back from a recent trip to Stack, where they were gathering just some more basic materials needed for the construction of Burntopia. On the way back though, they stumbled across a dust bandit camp. Being heavily outnumbered, but near the hub, the group continues to try to push as close as they can to the hub, trying to buy as much time as we can for the rest of our companions to arrive to assist. Plank, Burn, and Joe are quickly separated though, and will need to hold off on their own until the rest can arrive. Joe is the first one to go down. Plank and Burn do their best just to hold off and survive as long as possible. Burn's taking heavy crossbow fire. He won't be able to hold out for long like this. He tries his best to position himself in a way that the crossbow will start shooting the backs of the other dust bandits. Plank is severely outnumbered, holding her own in a 6v1. However, she's standing strong. The rest of our allies are closing in. They're running as quickly as they can, but will they be here in time? Burn wasn't able to hold on, and the rest of the bandits converge onto Plank. Plank is desperately trying to fend off as many attacks as she can, but the crossbow bolts are relentlessly pelting her. She managed to take out one of the dust bandits. Our allies are almost here as well. She just needs to hold out a little bit longer. Help starts to trickle in, but it's not enough. We need everybody here. Slowly more of our companions start to arrive. With each new person arriving, the tide turns more into our favor. With the rest of our companions arriving, we now outnumber the dust bandits, and all that's left is to clean them up. While the fight rages on, Fumin does his best to heal everyone that he can. We don't let anyone get away, and even the bandits that are trying to flee are struck down. With the fight now over, everyone rushes over to heal who they can, and then as well we're grabbing a few of the bandits to bring back home with us, new potential allies. We don't go straight home though. This bandit camp being so close is a potential threat, and it's possibly the source of all the raids that we've been experiencing. We group back up and we proceed forward towards the bandit camp. That way we can put a stop to them once and for all. It seems like there's still a good number of bandits in the camp, but we probably took out about half their force with the previous fight. We have to take this very slow so the other bandits don't hear us. Plank managed to take out several of the bandits before getting caught, but the bandits managed to catch on to her, and now the fight is on. We forgot about Joe though and left him unconscious. He ended up getting robbed while everyone was distracted. The This bandit camp was tough, but after all the training we've done, they stand a little chance against us. Before long, though, the fight is won. We heal our allies and then gather what we can before making our way back over to the hub. Now with one less bandit camp to harass us as we gather resources. We continue walking all through the night to try to get back to the hub. Even though we're fairly close, many of us are injured, so the group moves slowly. By midday, we finally arrive back to the hub. We go to drop off the bandits that we just recently captured, and then we continue completing our final preparations before we head back out to Burntopia. Arriving back home, though, we need to make some room in our friendship cages for our new companions. Luckily, though, Phil decides he wants to join us. In the next morning, Plank and Burn make another trip out towards Squin, but that's where I'm going to leave things off for today. We got a lot of progress done. We continued stockpiling construction materials and iron plates, which will be crucial for the construction of Burntopia. Additionally, we also stocked up on food and medical supplies. We only need a few more things before we're ready to head back out. First thing, we need the remaining bandits in the cages to start joining our side. We also need to ensure that we have enough armor and weapons to properly gear everyone before we head out. Find out what happens next in Burn's story in part 15. Additionally, please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and thank you for watching. Kicking things off for today, we find Bren and Plank arriving at the city of Squin, just ready to make the journey back out to Burntopia. We just need a few more supplies, mainly food, to survive the journey. Having so many people now, we've got a lot more mouths to feed. As always, our first stop will be straight to the bar. With as much as we've robbed this bar, I'm amazed that they managed to stay in business. After stocking up on food, we make our way over to the weapons store. That way we'll have an edge with any bandits we could come across. One day we'll have some money and we can take a more honest approach, but that day is not today. Now that we've stocked up on food and weapons, it's time to make our way back to the hub. However, the world of Kenshi is a dangerous place, and as always, Burn and Planks get attacked along the road. This time they're all alone though, and too far away for any backup to arrive. Burn and Plank are our best fighters though, they should be able to hold their own. However, they are pretty weighed down with gear right now. They each need to defeat several bandits apiece just to survive. Despite all odds though, the rest of the group makes their way over. Will they be able to get there in time? Unfortunately, Burn and Plank couldn't hold out, and they were both defeated. It's alright though. These bandits were just after food and medical supplies, and with each fight, we become stronger, building up our toughness and strength, with every fight bringing us closer to our goal of being able to fight the Holy Nation. The rest of our companions arrive though before the bandits leave, and then the fight's back on. We're planning to leave this area. We're still trying to clear out as many bandits as we can, that way we get attacked less often. Now that our full squad's here, the bandits don't stand a chance. With the fight now on, we need to heal up our injuries and then make our way back to the hub. Once we're at full strength, hopefully the rest of those bandits will join us, and then we can start making our way back to Burntopia. We can't allow any of these bandits to escape though. Maybe they'll call in reinforcements. After the immediate injuries are taken care of, we start working our way back to the hub. Finally arriving home, we finally get to use our new beds, and we take full advantage of the 8 times healing that you get when you sleep, because as soon as we leave the hub the next time, it'll be a long while until we're able to rest again. Can't forget to check on our potential friends though. We would want them to starve to death sitting in those cages for too long. And Billy is the first one who decides to join us. Straight away, we get him out of those bandit rags and equip him with some real armor and weapons. It's not long though before another bandit decides to join us. This time, however, it's a Shek warrior, and he'll make a powerful addition to our team. And welcome Cthulhu to our team, who'll become one of our archers. Up next, John joins the crew. After that, it takes about another day, and then eventually Stubborn decides to join us after much convincing. By that, I mean starvation. With dawn of a new day upon us and our army assembled, it's time we make our way back towards Burntopia. We've recruited many new troops and gathered lots of new weapons and armor. As well, we know what we're coming up against this time. Hopefully this should go much better than the first time. We start by heading back in the direction of Squin. Even though we've been stocking up on food, any extra wouldn't hurt. It appears a group of dust bandits set up ambush for us right outside the gates of Squin. Little did they know we were bringing our entire army with us this time. At this point, our defenses are strong enough to be able to block the majority of the bandits' attacks, making this an easy fight. After defeating the bandits, we heal up quickly and then push on towards the city. We make our way over to our favorite bar, that way we can fully rest up and then borrow some more food. A quick healing session later and we're ready to go. While we were recovering, we recruited a few more Sheks. Hotlongs, Soto, Meow, and Kang. They should all be good fighters, but first thing they're going to do is distract the guards, that way the rest of us can sneak out with stolen items. The guards only ever seem to check the first few people in the party, so by sending our new friends first, the rest of us were able to sneak through without any issue. Feeling at this point is a little bit of food, but we don't need to make enemies with the Sheks as well. One day we'll remember to go out the correct entrance, that way we don't have to run all the way around the city to get where we need to go. Along the way we pass one of our old camps. This one marks the entrance to the swamp. Hopefully we have an easy time getting through. Instead of heading directly to Burntopia this time, we're actually heading more south. The goal is to find a town that maybe we can utilize for trade. That would be a little bit closer than Squin. Before long we come across a small mud town in the swamp. We head into the town to see what they have. Plank, as our main scout, goes forth to see what they're selling in their shop. The vendor has some sort of new herb we've never seen before. He calls it hemp, and that it's some sort of miracle plant that can be used for many things. So naturally we buy as much as we can carry in hopes to start our own farm. After acquiring the plant, we continue moving south, see what else the swamp has to offer. Another town can be seen just south of us. However, right as we're about to approach, we get jumped by a handful of little red spiders. We quickly take them out though and then continue carrying on. It goes around talking to everybody. We find one person named Mew who joins us. Most people in this bar seem to be part of a gang called the Hounds and don't want to join us. However, one of the people doesn't appreciate playing talking to everyone, and immediately a bar fight breaks out. Thankfully, Plank isn't alone and everyone has her back, and they all jump into the fight, quickly putting an end to this guy, who we then find out actually has a bounty placed upon his head. Perhaps we will be able to turn him in. It looks like our next stop will be over to the HQ in town to see if we can turn this guy in. Plank approaches the Hound HQ. Getting involved with any gang seems like it would be a bad idea, but maybe they can provide us some sort of protection here in the swamp. However, it seems like we didn't have to make any choice at all, as the Hounds have already decided that they didn't want to do business with us. And if the Hounds won't pay for this guy, then he's useless to us, so Plank just drops him on the ground. All the while, Plank can hear them still mocking her from inside. Fern split off and went to the other bar. Maybe he'll have better luck than Plank did. During this time, Byrne manages to recruit two people, a person named Hammett and a hiver named Masaru. After recruiting the two new individuals, Byrne groups back up with everyone else. We continue to spend the rest of the day just exploring the town, restocking our supplies, and just generally seeing what's around. By nightfall though, we're about ready to leave, and we begin grouping up to head out. But this is where I'm going to end things off for today. Today we finished gathering supplies for Burntopia, as well we fought off a few bandit patrols. Then we explored into the swamp and found a couple new towns. Priorities will be to get out of the swamp, and then really start focusing on construction of Burntopia. If you're enjoying the content, please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and thank you for watching. Leaving Shark, we continue pushing off towards Shem. There are many threats lurking in the swamp, and we've been fortunate so far not to run into any. Hopefully our luck will continue until we make our way out. If we're fortunate, it's only about a day's walk from here to Shem. Once we're there, the construction of Burntopia will continue. If you're enjoying the content, please remember to subscribe. As well, if there's anything I can do to improve, please let me know in the comments. However, as we continue out west, we notice on the map that there's another small village, so we start heading in that direction to check it out. The village appears to be some sort of gang hideout for the Hounds, so instead of approaching, we just continue moving on, rather than potentially get into a fight with the whole gang. By next morning, we've almost made our way out of the swamp. However, we get attacked by some group of bandits we've never seen before. It appears this was a Shek bandit group called the Band of Bones. There's not many of them though, and our warriors are more powerful, so we take them out relatively easily. Thinking we defeated them all, we began moving out, only to find out that there are still many more of them still lurking. Quickly moving our healers out of the way, so they don't get caught in the mix, and then we prepare for battle once again. They managed to catch us off guard with this ambush, but they were still quickly taken out. After the bandits are defeated, we do a quick healing session before moving out once again. We're a little bit injured after that fight, but we're almost to the desert, and once we get there, we're basically at the home stretch, back to Burntopia. Finally in Shem, it's only a short distance from here to Burntopia. If only we can avoid the big things, we should be safe. That would be too good to be true though, and we're just not that lucky. We can handle a couple big things though. They're strong, but if there's only 2 of them, we should be able to take them out. Geez, you really shouldn't underestimate these death birds. Even if there being only 2 of them, they managed to take out the majority of our army. At least they managed to provide us with some food as we heal. At least this time we actually have sleeping bags to make up a proper camp, so we should be able to heal quicker than normal. We spend the night resting up and recovering, and once our injuries are healed, we're ready to move on again. By morning, we pack up camp and head off once again. We're almost to Burntopia. Once we cross this hill, we should be able to see the nomad village, which is just on the other side of our city. But it appears that there's a squad of bandits in front of us, and it seems like we won't be able to get around them, so we have no choice but to confront them. These are just a bunch of hungry bandits though, and they're incredibly malnourished. We shouldn't have any problem taking them out. Our only warriors who are struggling would be the new companions who were just recruited before this journey. They haven't had nearly enough time to train as everybody else. However, that's fine. I plan to make most of them laborers once we get to Burntopia. Stubborn was the first one to go down, and he was the last one we recruited. He remains stubborn as always, refusing to be useful. Wrapping this fight up, we try to quickly heal and continue moving on. We're very close to Burntopia and we can't linger here outside very long, otherwise bandit patrols will keep coming through and attacking us. That doesn't mean we'll let the survivors just crawl away though. They started this fight and we're gonna finish it. After the fight we carry on. We're just outside the nomad village, so we might as well just make it all the way. And as soon as we cross the nomad village, Burntopia is right on the other side. The nomads are really big into selling trade animals, which is perfect for us as we're hoping to get a pack bull someday once we get enough money. That way it'll make selling stuff a lot easier. Anyways, we finally arrived at Burntopia and we start taking stock of what we brought. Straight away though, we start sending our people to go mine. Our biggest priority now is getting a food source made, as well as getting our walls up. That way we can start defending ourselves. We brought cactus with us this time so we can start a farm. It'll be a much better crop to produce food rather than the green fruit. By nighttime we start construction on our walls, and this will be the pillar of our defense, because without them we won't be able to control which way we get attacked. It'll likely take several days to complete these walls, and until then we're vulnerable to attack. However, we've got no choice. We have to keep pushing through and try to build them as quickly as possible. We have everyone working around the clock to try to make this happen. In the morning of the next day, we get attacked by a group of beak things. I can't wait until we have these walls. That way we can finally control some of these attacks. We send one of our companions to finish off and then skin these beak things. That way they can't come back to attack us. Plus, every bit of food helps right now. However, even though we managed to take out the beak things, they still did injure our companions, and with each injured companion, it's just going to increase the time it takes to build this wall. We bring those who need immediate attention back to the beds. That way they can heal, while the rest go back to work. We also started construction on a couple buildings, but in hindsight this probably wasn't the best idea, as it was just taking resources away from our walls. As construction continues, another squad of the Band of Bones comes at us from behind. They're no match for us though, and they've come onto our land, so they need to leave. The attacks are pretty constant though here. We need to get these walls up ASAP. After things settled down, we decided to build a few extra stone processors. This way we can build construction materials quicker, and with that we're able to finish construction on the building. We'll utilize this one primarily for bed space as well as cages, that way we can start recruiting some people that are attacking us. We also started adding a few extra buildings to make it feel more like a town. However, again, in hindsight, I feel like this was a bad idea, as this just took longer to build the walls because we were using resources for these buildings instead. But at least Burntopia was starting to look more like an actual city versus just a desert wasteland. And with that, at this point, everyone just starts focusing on construction, building the materials that we need, and then healing up any injuries that we accrue along the way. By nighttime, we were visited by a new group of people we've never seen before. However, these people didn't seem very happy that we were here. Look, I know this city is brand new and still under construction, but I can't believe they called it a shithole. We're not going to take that. We slowly start moving in while they continue talking shit about us. There is a lot of them though, and they appear well armed. This might be Arteva's fight, but we're not going to take this shit talking though. Thankfully they spent so long yakking we were able to get everyone close in, ready for the attack. As soon as we start attacking though, they run in another direction. Do they have some other objective we don't know about? Are they heading to loot our house? We can't let that happen. This might even work in our favor as they've cornered themselves into that little shack. This fight's quickly turned into a cluster as we're all jammed into this little shack. Hopefully we can pull out from this okay. Have our cages built, so maybe we can even recruit some of these people to our side. They do seem like good fighters. It also wouldn't hurt to get our hands on some of their armor or weapons. It seems like they have pretty decent swords. As the fight continues, we start looting their bodies and taking their weapons. That way, in case any of them wake up, they won't have any weapon to fight back against us. After the fight's over, we loot the ninjas and then tend to our wounds. Once we're all squared away, we start bringing the ninjas back over to the cages. They were a formidable force, and we hope to recruit a few of them to our side. And that's where I'll leave things off for today. We got a lot of progress done. We finally made it back to Burntopia, and made some significant progress on construction. As well, hopefully we got some new recruits coming. Find out what happens next time in part 17. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and thank you for watching. Kicking things off for today, we're still in the process of recovering from yesterday's fight. We managed to get a handful of those ninjas captured, however a few of them also died just for the fact that it took us so long to get the cages built. Burn works tirelessly to make sure that they're all healed up. Our main goal for today is to continue building up Burntopia. If we can finish construction, then we can form a squad to head back out towards Rebirth. We still need to go find Hex, who has been trapped there as a slave this entire time. As time progresses, many of our new friends in their friendship boxes quickly realize that if they want a meal, friendship is their only option. And on that note, Phil decides to join our team. While we're tending to our new companions though, we almost missed that a whole squad of hungry bandits start coming through and attacking us. Mew gets caught out alone outside of the walls, but she manages to hold them off long enough for everyone else to respond. And as soon as she gets a chance, she makes her way back inside. At this point, hungry bandits are a little more than a nuisance, but we still need to be careful because they come in large groups, and if they catch us off guard, they could get the better of us. The first thing we're going to do when the construction of this wall is complete is to build up some turrets. That way we can start repelling people at the gate versus letting them inside and dealing with us. Takes everyone to repel the bandit force, but at this point, we're fighting for our country and will not give it up to bandits. Wrapping this up, we make sure to kill any stragglers who might still be hanging around, and then we go to heal our companions who were injured, and then right back to work, because we still got a lot of work to finish the city. By nighttime, another one of the Black Dragon ninjas decided to join us. And this time, it's Mongrel Chad. If you'd like to see yourself added as one of our companions, make sure to leave us a comment down below. Additionally, don't forget to check out Mongrel Chad's YouTube channel as well, and make sure to show him some love while you're there. The link to his channel will be in the description below. Steve is also recruited to our group. Thankfully, the next day was relatively uneventful, which gave us plenty of time to heal all of our companions, and then as well just continue progressing with the wall. During the next day though, we complete construction on the station house, which we then start filling up the interior with just generic crafting stations, as well as food production and storage. We can't keep relying on rations forever. With all these crafting stations, it'll really go a long way towards helping us maintain our sustainability. The food is really starting to become an issue now that we're gaining numbers, but once the wall is complete and we can sustain ourselves, then the whole world will open up to us. The bandits, on the other hand, won't give up this land so easily to us, and we get attacked again. You would think that they would have learned better by now. None of them have ever returned, yet they still keep sending multiple squads at us. They do make good training dummies though in our preparation to fight back against the Holy Nation. We also previously divvied out a lot of those weapons that the Black Dragon ninjas were using when they attacked us, giving our companions a serious edge in terms of weaponry, compared to the bandits using only the metal sticks. As this fight wraps up, once again our priority is to always heal, and then we go right back to work. Maintain this pattern for as long as we can until we either A, get the walls done, or B, run out of food once again. As of right now, everyone is kind of just chipping in wherever they can to help build this city. However, once we become a little bit more established, we're going to start specializing in our skills more. That way we actually have people advancing and then becoming more efficient in their job. As nightfall approaches, we start to run low on food. However, we heard a rumor from the nomads that there might be some bar out to the east. So we gather up a forward team of our best fighters who we can spare and set off to the east in search of this bar. Hopefully we can find it quickly so we can get some food and make it back. Finally, some relief. The bar is in sight. All we have to do is just make it there and we'll be able to restock our food. Seems like there's always an ambush set up though at these places, and right as we're about to get there, a group of bandits come at us from behind. We're slightly outnumbered, but they are severely outmatched. Our force is largely separated just through the sheer number of these bandits. However, Burnhorn and Ruka come in from the side and try to assist Both as he's taking the brood of the bandits. Plank makes quick work of the bandit she was fighting and then goes to clean up the rest on the side. We'll also make sure to pick up any of the weapons that we can, just in case they wake up and try to fight us again. We wrapped this fight up without much trouble. Even though we were severely outnumbered, our warriors were far superior, and we had better gear. The bandits should have picked a better group to mess with. Being so close to the bar, we just continue heading the rest of the way. Once we're there, we go to sell the ore and the extra weapons that we brought with us. That way we'll have some extra funds before we head upstairs to get some rest and heal up our injuries. However, like any time that we come to the bar, we need to check and see if anybody's willing to join us. And that's where we meet Photo, Saint, and Bark. Three new companions is great and all, but that just means we need food even more now. So Plank goes upstairs to start looting the chests. With Plank being our best thief, we should be able to grab as much food as we want without getting seen. A small fight breaks out outside. However, everyone else can handle that while Plank continues looting. However, off in the distance, we notice a much larger group of dust bandits coming straight for us, and this group actually looks formidable. Our warriors face them head on. While we're here, this bar is under our protection, and we need to make sure it holds, because this will be our main source of food for a while until we become stable. Additionally, just having a shop close by that we can sell stuff to is just very convenient, and our nomad neighbors only deal in animals, so we can't sell to them. In hindsight, though, we probably should have used the turret that's sitting right up top of the stairs, but most likely we would have made this fight a heck of a lot easier. We did also have the aid of the guards for this bar, so that made this fight even easier. Once we were all stocked up on food, it was time to set off back towards Burntopia. We've been gone for about 2 days now, and they were already hungry when we left, so we've got really no time to lose at this point. Thankfully, the smuggler's bar is pretty close to us, and it's only about a half-day's journey from Burntopia, making it a very good place to go for food and as well to sell our goods. Just as we're making it back to the city, though, one of those dang murder chickens started attacking us. These damn birds are everywhere, and if I could exterminate one animal, it would be them. On the bright side, though, they are some decent food. And this is where I'm going to end things off for today. We made an absolute ton of progress building the city, got a few of the buildings constructed, as well we got a handful of the wall segments built. Not only that, but we recruited a ton of new people to our faction. Most of them will end up being used for laboring, however some of them will join our force as warriors. We still have a long way to go before the city is complete and we're sustainable. With each passing day, we become stronger, though. And soon enough, we'll be able to take Rebirth and free Hex, and end the slavery from the Holy Nation once and for all. Find out what happens next time in Part 18. And if you're enjoying the content, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe, and thank you for watching. Construction continues on Burntopia. We're starting to get the buildings complete, but we still have a ton of work before the walls are finished. Our force is getting pretty strong and we're able to repel back the bandits pretty easily. On top of that, we recruited many new individuals. We still haven't been able to recover Hex yet, and she's remained constantly guarded by that one guard. We have to fabricate a plan soon to rescue her. She's been in rebirth for way too long. Also, if you've been enjoying the content, please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and let's kick things off. Most people like to start their morning doing yoga or something, but here at Burntopia, we like to offer a more complete, full body workout, and so we offer combat training first thing in the morning. We like to invite all of our residents to participate, and thankfully we've got no shortage of volunteers who are willing to help our population train. However, having walls will still be much better. That way we don't have these combat training classes starting randomly whenever they decide. As always, though, we make short work of these bandits. We don't really need much of a healing session at this point, but we do tend to our wounds and then go back to work. Jumping ahead a little bit, we finished construction on our step house, so Burn goes to start placing crafting stations in there. This building is primarily going to be a shop, as well as we're also going to make weapons here, and then have some storage. So we start placing those crafting benches down, as well as various storage bins. And with all hands on deck right now, working to build this city, we got tons of engineers, so the interior of this place gets completed very quickly. Our only limitation right now is how quickly we can craft the materials. While everyone was distracted though, we didn't notice that a group of big things wandered through town. Thankfully they left through the gate without causing a problem. Work continues tirelessly throughout the night. Now that we've mostly completed the buildings, they begin to focus on the walls. By morning, we start adding turret and combat training stations on top of the station house. That way we can really start training up our army. We started to grow cactus and wheat, and this will become our primary food source. Initially, we're just going to be making chew sticks and bread. However, the goal is eventually to make dust witches. Additionally, we brought over the hemp back from the swamp, and we'll start producing that for fabrics in a little bit. We've also almost fully completed the construction of our walls at this point. On top of that, we've started adding turrets to the gate. We almost have this town fully secure, and once it's secure, we can start making preparations to go get Hex. Jumping ahead about another day and a half, we've completed construction on our walls. We've assigned people to the turrets to maintain our defense, which means it's time for us to go get Hex. So we gather up our best warriors, and then distribute any last minute gear and food. Up until this point, we've never really fought anything other than bandits, so going against one of the three major factions will become a serious challenge. The Holy Nation has to pay for their crimes though, and they've survived too long without any recourse. This will be a long journey, but we'll begin setting off. As soon as our warrior force leaves Burntopia, a brave Band of Bones member decides to attack our camp. However, he gets the literal shit kicked out of him by our laborers, who even them are trained well at this point. Our main force is about halfway through the swamp, and we've been very fortunate thus far to not run into any enemy. Just as I said that though, we get spotted by some bandit. Hopefully there's just the one of him though. I'm not even sure how this one guy spotted us from so far away, but he's definitely coming in hot. It appears just to be the one swamp ninja though, so this should be easy. I do like the mask that he's wearing though. It looks pretty cool, and it appears like it might be useful in some of the more hostile areas of Kenshi. This one guy is surviving way longer than I was expecting. I guess any last minute training probably doesn't hurt before we confront a major faction. Uh-oh, looks like this guy's got friends. Where the heck did he come from? Even with the reinforcements though, we wrap this fight up fairly easily. We loot the bodies, heal up, and then continue on our way. We finally made it out of the swamp, and on our way to Rebirth, we're going to make a quick stop by Squin just to restock our food, because this is going to be a long siege, and we want to make sure that food isn't our limiting factor. As I always say though, there's ambushes outside of these towns, and a group of dust bandits attack us straight away. Luckily it's a small force of them though, so they're barely even a threat. Once the bandits are defeated, we just continue carrying on to Squin. We're on eyesight of the city, and we don't even really need to heal. We wait till nighttime, and then Plank gets doing what she does best, stocking us up with food at our favorite bar. Plank's thieving is so high at this point, barely even a concern to get caught, and she quickly goes in and out, looting the place. Now we should have more than enough food to properly siege Rebirth for as long as we need to. A day and a half of walking later, and we're back where everything began, at the gates of Rebirth. We could try to sneak into Rebirth and recover Hex that way. However, it's time that the Holy Nation pays for their crimes, and we intend to siege right through the front door. We're not only here just to save Hex, but this is also to send a message that the downfall of the Holy Nation has begun. Hex currently is still tied to one of the poles, and in order to get to her, we're going to need to push through the front gate, go across the bridge, and then down to the main floor so we can free her. All the while, we'll need to hold off the Holy Sentinels from killing us. As well, they got turrets set up all over the place. That'll be an issue. We can't keep stalling, and we send out Plank first. She goes forward to meet the guards. With them having so many turrets set up watching the gate, a full frontal assault would likely be suicide right now. So in order to weaken their defenses just slightly, we're going to pull them back and fight the Holy Sentinels on our terms. The war against the Holy Nation has officially begun, and the fight against Rebirth will cripple the Holy Nation as they depend on their slaves just to maintain their food source. Stay tuned for the next episode to see if we can hold the Holy Nation back and free Hex. Additionally, if you're enjoying the content, please remember to like, comment, subscribe. Thank you for watching.